Hello everyone. Welcome to I believe this is the 7th D&D session of the Versumi Tales D&D podcast. If I am remembering my numbering right. Yes, because last session was episode 6, The Terrors of Kefu. So yeah. So this is the 6th episode of the podcast. I hope everybody has been enjoying it so far. These are streamed live at twitch.tv/Serene Inc. every Sunday. Feel free to come on out and hang out with us if you want. And I'll let people do their introductions, starting from the top like usual. With Chase.
Hello.
That's Chase. Alright.
That's it.
Yeah, I guess that's it. I guess that's all he's saying.
Alright. Yeah. Alright then. Oh, come on, a phone call now. Anyway, I'm Gunner. I'll be playing Don Fluffles again. Hello, bitches and bros and non-binary hoes. I'll be right back.
Alright.
And hey there, everybody. This is Cat5 Gaming. Once again playing Katrea. Still up to mysterious shenanigans. Let's see where today goes.
Indeed. And Sophia is currently out. She was very tired. And so she might join in a bit. If she does, I will put her thing up. But yeah, I am Serene, Dungeon Master, writer of the campaign, etc. Yada yada. And when last we left off, you had begun to explore the city of Kefu. You encountered a massive colossus that was, I think I said like 100 feet tall, maybe 150, I don't remember. But it made some pretty horrifying sounds, and it did finally, go into stasis mode. Thus allowing the party to begin to really explore the city and everything. You went through the ruins until you came to this crystalline area. My thing is not working for some reason. I don't know why. You came to this like crystalline area. Where you were finally able to sorry, I'm trying to remember how to get this to work, and I don't remember how. Oh, right, this button, I think. Yes. Let me try that. There we go. Okay, now it's working. I don't know why the voice mod program wasn't working on my phone, but it is now. But yeah. Anyway, you came to this crystalline area, and there were some metallic soldier enemies that had claws and a mana cannon that they were shooting at you with, and it didn't hurt a lot, but it did hurt a bit, if I recall. Enough that some of you needed a short rest, so we took one. And your current
We got tased.
Your current goal is still to get deeper into the city, cross the dried canal here, and eventually make your way into the central portion of the city. So, with that, it's up to you. It's up to all of you what you do from here. So,
Is the central portion also crystalline?
yeah. This whole
Okay.
like circular district area.
The whole circle. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry,
the
go
full
ahead.
circle.
Go ahead.
So,
I was wondering if I could cast a spell at a
And I'm
ritual.
back.
we'll say that again.
I was wondering if I could cast Prayer of Health as a ritual.
Prayer of health. I mean, that depends on if it says it can be cast as a ritual. I can look it up real quick though. Prayer of healing. It does not look like it can be ritual cast. So,
Damn. Okay.
that spell already takes 10 minutes to cast as it is, so.
Yeah. Alright, who has the lowest health at the moment?
I think I was doing pretty good. Let's see.
Yeah.
I think I'm only down by 2 because I used my second wind.
Yeah, I was gonna say we did take a short rest, so most people are gonna be pretty close because they could use hit dice. So, and you have 3 hit dice now, so.
Yep.
All right. Well, I mean, you know where you need to go. It just depends on how you want to. I'm apparently stretching. I don't know why I have sudden stretch need, but like I said, you know where you need to go. It's just a matter of how you want to get there, really.
I mean, I suppose tonight we can shoot for 10, but
Figure we can just
Right,
walk.
start working on getting
Yeah, just keep heading off then.
6 a.m.
Yeah.
is gonna come really bad.
All right.
I mean, if it's
Like you guys to be able to get
time crucial,
Let's hope we don't run into one of those patrols.
Mm-hmm.
Let's try not to draw attention.
Right. All right. So let's go ahead and have everybody do some perception rolls like last time. To
Perception.
be watchful and keep an eye on your surroundings, kind of thing. So
16 for perception.
okay.
yikes, that's an 8.
Oh.
I mean, it's
Okay.
entirely up to his mother as to when he goes to bed, not necessarily us.
Perception.
So
That's going to be a 22.
he's just gonna have to talk
22.
it out. That's between him and his mother.
Alrighty.
He needs to ask her.
All right. So you continue your jaunt across the crystalline portion of the city here. For the most part, you don't really see much of. Oh, that was weird. For the most part, you don't really see too much in the way of like patrols or anything like that. And there is one point where you see some kind of mech go over top. It's some kind of like flying. It's. Let me see how to best kind of describe this here. So it looks like the upper like half of like one of the mechs, one of the soldiers you saw before. The difference is that it has these giant like shoulder pieces that go up into these like spinning propellers. And it kind of flies overhead. It does not notice you, luckily. But you do see one of these that kind of, just flies over the top of your head here. You travel for, I would say, roughly an hour before finally reaching the edge of the canal here. The canal itself is very large. It is several hundred feet wide of complete open space. And it dips down, I would say about maybe 80 foot, 80 feet downward, before, as it kind of dips down like a little diagonally and then reaches, the a bottom like flat portion. That's like
So
80
known as a
feet,
big area
80
of being a sitting duck.
Yeah.
What are these lines here?
So these lines, I wasn't looking, but I'm assuming you're talking about these ones.
Yeah.
Those are very large bridges, that go over the canal. The bridge does look pretty solid. Like the majority of this like area, it looks as though it's, still in pretty, good condition. It doesn't look like it's, falling apart or badly damaged or anything like that.
Luca found a toad!
So you might be able to cross via the bridge. So that is a possibility.
Being on a bridge is a good way to get trapped, though. I was thinking, what if we went under the bridge? Use it as cover.
Is this cover?
There you go, using your noggin.
You could try that if you want.
At least anything flying directly overhead wouldn't see us.
Right. But yeah, you Let's see. The biggest, I think the biggest issue that you're going to sort of face here, is the canal is this big metal like structure. So it, getting down might not be too difficult because you could just slide down, but getting up on the other side might be quite difficult.
Could we use a rope or a grappling hook or something?
Maybe if you have something like that, yeah.
Let me check the burglar kit.
Mm-hmm.
I was about to ask you. That would be your area.
Right.
Yep. Doo-doo.
There is 50 foot of hempen rope. So
I say we use the bridge. That seems like our best option.
5e tools is being slow.
yeah, well, like it's 50 foot of hempen rope, so
Right? How deep? Right, and how deep does it go?
it goes down 80. So
Yeah, gotcha. How steep is the slope?
it's pretty steep. It's not like a sheet. It's not a straight down. But it's definitely a pretty steep slope. So it definitely at one point held a lot of water. So
it's still slippery.
yeah, it would definitely still be. I don't think it would be slippery from there being water in it because there isn't any, but it is like it's metal and it was meant to hold like as much water as possible.
Oh, it's very smooth.
So yeah, it's very smooth. It would be the slopes would be pretty steep. So
I would have figured it would have been the concrete.
but yeah.
Anyone else have any rope?
All I have is a blanket.
I might have draw.
Huh?
You like cut out there, so we didn't hear that.
I said I might have extra.
You might have extra. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, if you have 50 feet in your pack, it wouldn't be too difficult to tie that together. And I love when my mic cuts out. But yeah, it wouldn't be. If you both have 50 feet, you could probably make, tie them together and make a longer bit of rope. So.
Yep. Just got, and probably next check the slide down.
Hmm.
I wish I had rope to Alfred, but all I have is a pole and a bucket.
Pole in the bucket. Yeah. But yeah, if you want to try doing that, you
Yep.
can if you want to. So
Might as well.
All right.
Better than going out in the open.
Right. So getting down into the canal would not be difficult because you could literally just slide down. Once you're down, then you would cross, and then you would need to attempt to, I guess you'd have to, let's see, because a rope wouldn't be enough. You'd have to have, like, something to hook it onto, like a grapple.
Well, he has a crowbar and he has pythons.
So, pythons. I don't know what a python even is.
Basically, you stab them. Yeah, you would stab them into the wall to make footholds.
Okay, I
Yeah.
see that. Okay.
So really, just
And
tie
rope
it.
attachment points. Yeah.
Yeah. So really,
Not
just
to
tie.
mention, I can throw a spear attached to a rope if need be.
That
Right.
too.
Um,
Well, that or even probably even an arrow could work.
why don't words. How about a dex check to dex or strength? You can use either to throw the thing up.
Donna's just gonna assist.
All right.
Alrighty.
So I guess give yourself an advantage, right?
Yep. Chess will have.
That's a 14, and this is a. It's gonna be a 14.
Gonna be a 14. All right.
With the
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That was that was with advantage because you rolled twice.
right. No, I was trying to say with the modifier.
Yep.
Oh.
All right.
Okay. Yeah. Let's see. So, you take the rope in hand, you chuck it up to the other side. Let's see, you... I assume that you basically, like, attach the crowbar and then kind of chuck that up.
He lets him do it with a spear.
Lets him do it with a... Okay. Let's see. Well, in either case, whatever it is that's being attached to the rope, you chuck it up. It snags on the edge of the canal. With a little bit of tugging, you ensure that it is solid. And when you are satisfied with that, each of you can attempt to climb up, which will be a strength check.
Be right back. Let me make this check real quick though.
Okay.
Actually, isn't that athletics?
Yeah, it would probably be athletics if you have the...
If you have the
thing.
skill.
Yeah, if you have the skill. So... if you're proficient with athletics, you can add the modifier, basically.
Oh, like you roll synthetic 20.
Nice.
All right, be right back.
Okay.
13.
13 for nuts.
Athletics, the thing I'm horrible at.
Mm-hmm.
It actually says from the channel, like, I'm not a good climber. That is a 3.
This is a 3. Oof. So Don gets up pretty simply, with all the grace of a cat. He grips hold of the rope and he just goes right up, no problem. Nuts is the next one to attempt the climb. He grabs onto the rope. He starts, pulling himself up the rope. And about halfway up, he reaches out to, he grabs the next length of rope, and as he's lifting his foot up, his other foot slips, and he doesn't fall, but he kind of dangles on the rope there. As for poor unfortunate Katreya, she can't even get a couple feet to grip onto the side.
I'm just imagining her starting to climb and then just going squee down the side of the
Yep,
channel.
pretty much, yeah. So Nuts, you can attempt another athletics check, to try to get up the rest of the way if you want to. As for Katreya, you're going to have to find some way to get her up there afterwards.
Alright, I'm gonna attempt to climb the rest of the way up.
Okay.
That is a 18.
An 18. Okay.
I can take this a big game for bed.
So that is good enough to,
Raymond's already
get your footing back, and finish climbing the rest of the way up. So you and Don are okay. Unfortunately, if you look down, you see that Kat is still, she grips the rope, she pulls herself up a couple of steps, and then she just slides back down.
Yeah. Do you have anything to make pulling you up easier?
Wait, I've got an idea.
Okay.
So I get out the bucket.
Didn't you say you also had a pulley?
She has a pole.
I had the extendable pole.
The extendable
Yeah.
pole.
Pole.
My idea was just to tie the bucket to the rope and sit in the bucket.
Sit in the bucket.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So let's have Nuts.
I knew this thing would be useful.
So let's have Nuts make an athletics. Since Gunner's AFK, I assume he would just use the assist action anyway. So you can do advantage.
Great. That's not much better.
Oh no.
That's an 8.
That's an 8.
On the channel. Ah! Clang, clang, bonk.
Right. Yeah, that is
Victoria,
unfortunately.
I have an
not-
idea. Nuts is going to pull the rest of the rope, but tie knots every foot or so, and then
Okay.
put it back down. Since it's 100 feet of hempen rope, that wouldn't use up a lot of it. Tying a assisting knot.
Yeah, tying a few assisting knots every. If you did it every foot, you'd probably not have enough rope. But if you did it every few feet,
Yeah, every
Every 3
3
feet or something? Yeah.
yeah.
So would that give me advantage or something?
Yeah, try it. Try it with advantage, and we'll see how that goes.
So she's gonna put the bucket back in her bag of holding. That's not working.
Right.
Okay. Oh, thank goodness for advantage, because that was a 1 and then an 18,
Nice. Very nice.
which makes it a 17.
Right. So, with a bit of work, you do manage to finally get everybody to the other side of the canal, the canal here.
Like huffs her way up, like, I am an educated woman. I wasn't built for this.
Right.
You find yourself doing it now.
On the other side of the canal, you have come at last to the building that Rin kind of pointed out to all of you. This particular building stands out from the rest of them. I remember I mentioned that it had like a different top, but I don't remember what I said that it was. But it is, it is still a very tall building. So let's see. So the building you're looking at is like the others. It's this like crystalline like construction. Welcome back.
All right, so what did I miss? Because I know we
Um,
climbed up the thing.
Yeah.
You missed a lot of comedy.
Yeah. Just Cat struggling to get up no matter what we did.
Poor lizard woman.
We did get her up though, so. So you now stand in front of this sort of crystalline structure. It's this tall building that looks a bit different from some of the other buildings. All around the structure is this strange black goop. Excuse me.
I should note that down. Would have made sure to recover the rope once they used it.
Right. I did figure, but it is good to have confirmation. So. But yeah, like I said, there is this like black goop that kind of goes around like the edge of the building. So.
That does not seem like something we want to touch.
No, it does not.
Really? Let me scan it with detect magic.
All right. Let's see.
See if I can get a little more info.
Right. Let me just double check here. So the first thing that you're going to notice about this black goop is that it is magical. Not only is it magical, but you can tell that it is of some form of eldritch magic, specifically necromancy.
Yeah, don't touch that.
Don't have to tell me twice.
Nuts walks up to the building, rubbing his hands together before hovering it over the black goop and then using prestidigitation.
Alright. You wave your hands over the black goop. Your spell does nothing to it.
That is concerning.
You know what? I'm just going to hit the black goop with a minor missile and see if it reacts. Like, does it react to magic damage? Does it care?
Let's see here. Give me just a second to check one thing. Do. Let's see. So, you strike the goop with your minor magic missile. You actually notice that the goop seems to what would the word be? God. I'm an author.
The action.
Like,
what are you trying to describe it doing?
It's like, and that's the problem. I can see it, but I can't think of the word. Can't think of any words that describe what it's doing.
Does it smolder? Does it part? Does it lash out?
Does it thicken? Does it thin? Does it stack on top of each other?
I guess.
Does it
I guess.
oscillate?
Does
it oscillate?
Oscillate.
Like ripple.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's what I was thinking of.
Okay, so it ripples.
Yeah. It you hit it and it kind of does this rippling motion. And then it kind of ripples a little bit, but then the goop starts to pull itself together into one spot.
I do believe I've agitated it.
Yes.
See.
It seems that you have.
As the goop begins to kind of pool together into this one spot, it begins to, grow in form, until it forms into this sort of semi-humanoid shape. 2 legs, 2 arms, a head, that kind of thing. Some of the goop begins to part around its chest, revealing this glowing interior where you see basically ribs made out of this like goop. Its arms are so long that the start of its hand is down by the knee, and the edges of its fingers are almost all the way down on the ground. The goop kind of parts around the where its face should be, giving it these two glowing eyes and glowing mouth. The creature lets out
It seems you very much agitated it.
Yeah. I honestly was not expecting this.
Not just face palms.
So go ahead and give me some initiative rolls.
Oh no. My first roll was cocked. My first roll was cocked. It was to the side.
You roll again.
I did. Want to know what it was?
What?
An 11 total.
11 total, huh?
I have a 14.
Alright, 14 for Katreya. Alright.
20.
24, I assume, for Don?
Correct.
Okay. And what does your owl have?
All right, I forgot about that.
East. That's why it made sure that it was Don and not the owl. Let's see. Do I have?
I would guess 18. Yep, 18.
18? Oh, that's why I couldn't find. Okay. Yeah, because it's got a +1 to Dex, so. Alright. So the owl with an 18. Dawn with a 20. Which means that Dawn and the owl get to start up first.
You got this.
Oh yeah, so sure. Yeah, totally. Most assuredly.
Right?
How am I the most adventurous? Also, apparently, while the longbow is stronger, I'm not proficient with rogues aren't proficient with them.
Okay.
Which is weird. Well, unexpected, to be honest.
Right.
Anyway, he's just gonna. Anyway. Anyway, he's just going to use his action and because something tells me this thing either resists or just is outright immune to regular physical damage. So he's just going to shoot a firebolt at it.
Alrighty. Whoops.
Hold my
I wrote that wrong. That's alright.
gosh, this thing. Oops. Got full quick.
Okay.
That's an 18 hit.
Yeah, an 18 hits.
All right. That's going to be 8 fire damage.
8 fire damage. Sorry, I am confused about something. Hang on. Ow, I see what I did wrong. That's better. Okay. I was trying to change this monster's health, lower it a bit since, only 3 people instead of 4. And for some odd reason, I did the calculation 4 times and it came out different every time. You said it was 8 damage?
Correct.
Okay. Alright. Your firebolt strikes the creature, and yeah, that's what it do. So, all right. Anything else?
Yeah, he's just going to use his bonus action for cunning action and dash.
Okay. Dash over there. Alrighty. Let's see. Your owl planning to do anything?
So, he just commands it to dodge.
Alrighty. So let's see here.
So what was this red zone, by the way?
That has not yet been mentioned.
Oh,
It
okay, so we
will-
don't know.
Yeah, you don't know
Okay.
yet. Yeah, your characters wouldn't see like this red zone at all.
Okay, so we have no idea.
Yeah, it's more an indication of one of its abilities so that it's easier to track. But yeah, your characters currently have no idea about it. So let's see. It is going to move 30 foot up like this. And then it is going to give out one of its screeches. And then what you see is it begins to melt into this pool of goop. When it does, let's see, it should be, that does not show up when I click on, oh, it's because that might be the same color. Auras, let me look at this 1 second as I figure out. Oh, that is, I don't have a, okay. It is,
Why do I feel like we're about to be tentacled?
I wanted to make
I mean, would you like that?
Maybe.
Let's see if that works. I don't know if that will. do what I want. That is not very visible at all. Okay.
If I may ask, does that red circle depend on hearing?
No, it does not.
Okay.
It actually depends on sight. Sorry, I'm trying to get this to actually be visible with each other, and it is being a pain. Oh, that's just not visible in general. That's probably why. Okay. That is not what I expected that to be. So instead, let's do... I'm just going to do a random color that will hopefully be more visible. Let's try it. Yes, no, sort of. I really
Actually,
wanted...
that looks pretty distinctive. Yeah.
Yeah. I wanted it to be like purple or something, but I couldn't find... I don't do hex code very well. Let me actually, maybe I can grab... Maybe I can do this. Since I still have a certain file open. Sorry, I know this is kind of unimportant, but let's see. Well, I don't, that doesn't, it's not mixing well with the red. So what if I just make this like white for now? That'll work well enough. Okay. Anyway, so the point is, this creature is kind of melting into this pool of necrotic goop that is the length of this purple circle.
And we are in the goop.
You are in the goop. So the two of you that are in the goop need to make dexterity saving throws.
Oh
Yay.
boy.
That is 13.
17 for me.
13 and 17. Okay. Well, I mean, that's good, because that is a save, both of those. So you're only going to take half damage. So 5 necrotic damage. That is after halving.
We have been gooped.
You've been gooped.
We've been glorped.
Glorped.
And then, after it does that, it kind of pulls itself back up into its original form. Let me just mark that down. And that brings us to... That was weird. I clicked that button like 4 times, and it finally went on the 4th. So, Katreya... before you start your turn, being as close to this creature as you are, you feel an intense sense of absolute terror coming off of it. You'll need to make a wisdom save against fear.
Ah, the thing I have advantage against. Let's see, what is my total?
I will note that it is technically a gaze type thing. You are able to just avert your eyes, but that does mean that you are effectively blinding yourself to the creature.
I'm going to
So.
count on being able to power through this.
Alrighty.
I got a 15 on the save.
15? Okay, yeah, that's a save. That is a save, so that's good.
Okay, so I can progress with my turn?
Yes, now you are able to progress with your turn.
Alright, so I'm going to take a bonus action to do monster lore on this thing and see if I can learn its resistances, vulnerabilities, etc.
Alrighty. So let's see. That's any like intelligence, right?
Yeah, what would I assume for this thing? I'd probably roll. Would this be Arcana or like religion?
Yeah, I was thinking Arcana myself, so
Arcana. So let me do that total.
that was also why I wanted to be sure, because I didn't want to say make Arcana, and then it's like actually it doesn't work for that.
10, 11, 12, 13. That is a 27.
27. Nice. All right. So.
That's one superiority die gone.
Also, as a quick aside, is anybody else able to use long swords other than Sophia? Because I remember.
I can.
Okay.
I could not.
Got it. Since Sophia isn't here, we'll go ahead and say that Nuts is currently holding Rin's sword. Let's see. So in terms of resistances, it is resistant to non-magical damage, essentially, and is immune to poison, psychic, and, you probably guessed it, necrotic.
Necrotic, yeah.
Called it.
Does it have any vulnerabilities?
It has no vulnerabilities.
Dang. I was hoping for something we could exploit.
Mm-hmm.
Well, at least we know what it's tough against, so that's useful.
What were the resistances?
Non-magical, physical, psychic. What was it? Psychic, necrotic, and what else?
Poison.
Poison.
So, psychic, necrotic, and poison it is immune to. It is resistant to non-magical damage.
So, I'm going to move up.
Okay.
And I'm going to do two things. I'm going to minor missile this thing, because that's just guaranteed damage.
Alright.
Oh, hey, max damage, 5 points.
Nice.
And then I'm going to attack it with my rapier and expend a superiority die to buff my damage.
Okay.
So let's see, that is a... That's an 18 to hit.
And 18 hits, yes.
Okay, so I get to add D8 to my damage. And also, my attack has a special side effect. If it has to make a concentration check, it has disadvantage.
Okay. It won't have to because, again, this is a gaze effect, so...
Oh, just mentioning it.
Right. It is good to know.
Ooh. 8, 9, 10, 12.
What?
I will be.
That is 20 damage, halved to 10.
Half to 10. Alright.
And I used my action surge to make this attack.
Alrighty. I figured you were using action surge or something.
Yep.
But good
Okay,
good for
so-
confirmation.
So that's 2 dice plus my action surge gone. I'm tracking all this. I have
Got
so
it.
much stuff to track now.
Right. All right. So that brings us to Nuts. So you, before Nuts can begin his turn, you need a Wisdom save against fear.
These things are not that fast.
Hmm?
Sorry, I was commenting on something else.
Ah,
That is a 24?
24?
Yeah. 19 plus 5.
19 plus 5. Okay. Yeah. No, I mean that's more than enough.
Um.
So you're good.
So. I wonder. I have a cantrip called Booming Blade
Okay.
that requires me to use a weapon attack.
Right.
Could I dual wield and use my
Booming
second
blade.
weapon?
Booming blade is a bonus action. You won't be able to dual wield.
Is it?
Booming Blade is an action of itself. In the
Oh, it
action
is?
you make in the action you make the standard melee attack with it.
Oh,
Yeah, you attack as part of casting.
Yeah.
gotcha.
The part that I'm unsure of is that this is casting, but also it does straight up say that you are making a melee, weapon attack. And that's where, honestly, I'm not fully sure on where the rules would sit.
On what?
Whether or not he
The
can use
internet.
the bonus to attack afterwards.
For the internet.
Yeah, I am trying to look it up while I'm, but I don't actually know where the offhand attack is. Take the
Well, you
attack
mean like making a
action.
second attack with an offhand weapon?
Yeah.
Yeah, it specifically says you have to take the attack
the-
action. That's a
yeah,
cast a spell
I see
action.
that. Yep. Yeah, I see that now. So yeah. Let's see. First common action, whether you're swinging a sword, firing an arrow, or brawling with your fists, you make one melee or range attack. Certain features such as extra attack allow you to make more than one attack with this action. Okay. So yeah. So casting is an action type, essentially. So using, let's see. So using a cast action doesn't allow you to make what is considered to be the attack action, from what it looks like. Most spells require an action. Yeah. So casting is a separate type of action from the actual attack action. So yeah. The actions in combat: attack, cast a spell, dash, disengage, dodge, help, hide, ready, search, use an object, and improvise an action. So those are all separate types of actions. And so casting a spell is its own type. You have to actually do an actual attack action. So yeah, I can definitely see where that's confusing, and I definitely can understand sort of the issue there.
The Eldritch Knight can do that at 7th level, but that's a class feature.
Right.
Or subclass feature, you know what I mean.
Okay.
So the 2-weapon fighting also specifies that you can also only use it if it is a light melee weapon that you're using in both hands. So
Got it. Nuts is going to back up 5 feet and cast Witch Bolt.
all right.
That's a 21 to hit.
That'll hit. Yeah.
Such a great spell.
Yes.
Yes.
Early level cranking out some damage.
Because you can just do it continuously.
Yep.
But my favorite variant of this is the Storm spell, I think it's called. It's a higher level, but it does essentially the same thing. I'm trying to find my default here. I'm sorry.
So 1d12 lightning damage.
And the D12s are carried. I have to find them. There we go.
Mm-hmm.
I was planning on using my channel divinity, but I don't need to. That's
Okay.
12 lightning damage.
12 lightning. Nice.
So what happens is you see knights like reach out and magical wispy tethers him to the creature and sends
Alrighty.
a shock.
Limited power.
More of, have you seen the grapple pilots from Titanfall?
I have not.
Have you seen Spider-Man?
Yeah.
Basically,
Like
Miles
taser webs?
Morales- Yeah, taser webs. But more of a magic tether.
Right.
Yeah.
Anything.
Yep.
That's a
Alrighty.
cool mental picture. I like that.
Mm-hmm. All right. With that, it is Don's turn. I assume that Nuts is done anyway.
The
Right.
end of my turn.
Alrighty. So Don, you are on the edge of it, but you are in the aura, so you'll need to make a wisdom save.
All right.
In fact, your owl will have to make a wisdom save as well when it comes its turn. My nose.
I put my phone. There it is. Oh, wisdom save for both.
I mean, yeah, you can just make them both now if you want. But yeah.
Let's see. That's going to be a 21 for Don
Okay.
and a 12 for the owl.
12 for the owl. Alright. Well, so the owl will not succeed.
I mean, it's just a familiar.
Yeah. Fear. there it is. Fear. Not that you can see the thing, but if I zoom in. All right. So yeah, the owl is frightened. So.
That's it.
Yeah, it's just a fear effect. So. Since the owl won't have to make any attack rolls, it won't affect the owl really. So.
Oh, it can't move closer.
But
That's the only thing.
I can't move closer either. So. But that shouldn't matter too much since you have Katreya that's right up against it anyway.
Exactly.
So.
Right. And even with the still with the sneak attack. Let's see, that'd be 1d8, 2d6. Got that have that's more like 1d4. So 1d10 really. I guess I could just use a longbow with the sneak attack. Anyway.
Speaking of sneak attack.
That's like 18 to hit. Hello?
Yeah, sorry, I was checking to see. I was checking to see the requirements for sneak attack. I was just curious, we've been doing all this talk about like spells. I wanted to see if you could spell your sneak attack, but you can't.
I cannot.
Requires a finesse or ranged weapon. So, all right.
Right.
So what did you say the number was again? Since I was
18 to hit.
Yep, that'll hit. It just seemed like a really interesting idea to be able to sneak attack with your spell. But no, can't do that.
Cut in half, that's going to be 10 damage.
10 damage? Alright. Sounds good.
Also, gonna move after that. Just gonna move back, so.
Alrighty.
We'll whittle this thing down slowly.
Right. Let's see. Do you want your owl to do anything? Why am I not?
Nah, just dodge.
Alrighty.
Wait, let me move it back.
Oh. Okay. So it is the Guardian's turn again. Let's see. Alright, that's fine. So it is going to summon a bolt of necrotic energy into both of its hands. The first one is going to be aimed at Katreya, since she's right there. That is a 21 to hit.
Question, does this count as a ranged spell attack?
No, it doesn't.
Ah, dang. Yeah, that's definitely a hit.
I mean, technically, it can shoot it from ranged. Because it has a range. But it can also use it in melee without.
Oh, okay.
So.
I was just wondering if it took disadvantage for melee.
Right. No, yeah. It doesn't take any disadvantage from melee, so.
Okay.
So that is 6 necrotic damage.
Oof.
And then it's going to throw the other one at Don, which is going to be a synthetic 20.
Hit. Yeah, that'll hit.
And then So 7 necrotic damage.
Ow.
Alright. And starting from Katreya again.
Alright, since I've, let's see.
So, yeah, start with your wisdom save.
Yep. Wisdom save. That is a 18.
Now save.
And first thing, I'm going to bonus action Second Wind.
Okay.
Tank this damage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it gives me 8 plus level, so 11. So that's takes me back up to 32. Okay, I'm only 1 shy of max.
Nice.
Well, okay, 2 points shy of max.
Right.
Anyways, I think I have the best chance of doing more damage if I just keep stabbing this thing.
Alright.
That is a 24 to hit.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Keep forgetting what my bonus damage is. It's 11. Half of that would be 5. Yeah.
Yes. Alright.
That is my turn.
Alright.
And mark off Second Wind.
Nuts. Nuts is up.
Well, I'm gonna concentrate on the
And the witch bolt.
spell. So that is 3. That's my turn.
Oh, the 3 was your wisdom save?
Oh, yeah. Wait. Not much better. 9.
9? Oof. Okay. Let's see. Oh, yeah, okay, I get it now. 3 was the damage from Witch Bolt.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. And that'll still be fine. 'Cause even though you're frightened, you don't have to make an attack, therefore you don't have disadvantage. You can't move closer to it willingly. So
Yep.
you can move away though if you want.
He's staying hunkered down.
Let's see. Alright. In that case, Don's turn. Also, since the owl moved out of the aura, the owl actually would not be frightened anymore, so.
Yeah, he just shoots at it again.
Okay.
That'll be a 22 to hit.
22. Yeah, that'll hit.
That's going to be 7 damage. Total.
Alright.
It's already halved, I mean.
Okay. That's what I figured, but alright. And anything for your owl?
Nope. Just dodging.
Just the standard. Sounds good. Alright. Let's see. So it is going to do a move that it can do with a bonus action, which is that it can move without provoking.
Dang.
I'm going to have it move over here. No, I don't want to move it there, because that's not going to help it. Actually, it can't move. Yeah, Don's in a good spot. It can't move in a spot that it can get him in it, where it can also do its thing. Well, it does. It has to move anyway, because otherwise nuts won't be in it.
Good positioning, Don.
Just letting y'all be the meat shields.
So it's going to.
I'm sorry, the face tanks.
It is. So, what you see is this sort of blur as it, it slides over into, its new position, and then, the rest of it kind of then slides over along with it afterwards. Almost like it's kind of leaving, an after image behind it as it moves, kind of thing.
Oh, the Castlevania movement.
And then it is going to melt. So go ahead and roll some dex throws.
Dex saves, alright.
Dex saves.
Okay.
Uh-oh. That's not good.
Oh
That
no.
wasn't the best. Let's
Oh
see.
no.
That's very much not good.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh yeah.
That's
Oh yeah.
I mean,
That
that's
is
probably what it's
for a
thinking.
total of 3.
Oh. Oh no.
Oh no.
And that's a total of 3. Oh no. Okay.
Is a 14 enough?
14 is enough, actually, yes. So Nuts is going to take the full 19 necrotic damage.
Holy shit.
Oh, that's
That's a
nuts.
joke, right?
And half of that would be
That's a joke,
9?
right?
9.
9.
Yep. It yeah.
How?
Hey, remember that last time you got half, so that's the only reason it wasn't a lot. So, because last time it was what, 8, and that was half. So, yeah, this thing hurts really bad when it does that. So, it may not hurt a lot when it doesn't do that, but it does hurt a lot when it gets that off successfully. So, that is called desecration.
So, how you doing over there, buddy?
Yeah, not so great, if I'm being honest.
Let's see. So after it, melts into necrotic waste, it then pulls itself back up into its current position, and that brings us to Katreya. Oh, I will say it is low enough that I should apply the bloodied marker to it, so I probably should have done that earlier. Not
Can I,
just this last bit of
basically,
damage.
get between it and Nuts?
Not really.
Well, she's gonna try.
Okay.
I'm on
She's giving it her best
22.5%.
Right. Yeah, how much health?
I am on 7.
7. Ouch. 7 HP.
Okay, I'm gonna stabity this thing again.
Okay. Oh, don't forget your wisdom save.
Oh yeah, wisdom save,
Wisdom
right?
save. Gotta do that first before you move, technically. Says you have advantage, though.
Okay, so before I tell you the result of this wisdom save, I'm gonna expend a superiority die,
Okay.
since I can do that for any mental saving throw,
Got it.
because I am not confident of making this roll.
Oh no.
Even with advantage, that was not good.
That's that can be unfortunate sometimes, yeah.
Okay, so that brings my total to 19.
Okay. 19 is
And
good.
that's another die spent.
19 is good.
I think that was worth it.
Hmm.
Okay, now I'm making my attack.
Yes. Now you move and then you make your attack.
That is a 20.
Ooh. Nice.
So I'm going to expend my last die
Okay.
because I get to double all my dice now.
Got it. So that was a crit 20.
Yeah, it's a crit
So,
20.
Okay. Well, when people say a 20, usually they mean synthetic. So,
Sorry, nat 20.
yeah, nat
Let's
20
see.
is yes. Okay. This will do a lot of damage, I'm sure. Even halving it, it's still going to do a lot of damage.
Okay, so that is 32 damage, which halves to
16?
16. Yes.
All right.
And that is my last superiority die.
So, feeling the twinge of desperation, you grip your rapier tight, and with all of your strength, you lay into the creature. As you do, this strange sort of sensation of strength and power wells up from deep inside of you, making your eyes actually like glow red for just a moment. You let out a loud scream as you jab your rapier into the creature's well, I wouldn't say chest, considering how tall the creature is. But you jab your rapier into the creature, and it lets out this horrific scream that I don't have a soundbite for. As it is screaming, the creature begins to... The creature's body begins to steam as it becomes smaller and smaller and eventually just melts into necrotic essence that just kind of dissipates.
Nice. Slayer powers activate.
Right? It is down.
Nuts just kind of falls to his no, he just full on plank face plants on the ground.
Okay, so since Katrea still has her that healing elixir she can produce every day, she's gonna take her time to administer it to Nuts, so he gets the full hit points.
Full hit points. That's, I assume, 10.
It's 2d4 plus 2, so yeah, 10.
10 hit point. So 17 out of 31.
Better.
She's just desperately pouring her elixir down his throat, like, come on.
Right.
Don't fucking quit now, dude. We got this.
Right.
I believe in you.
Should I be stingy with my spell slots or not?
That's up to you, really. But yeah,
Who's really badly injured?
other
Like
than
50%
you,
or less.
I,
I think we're all actually about the same amount of hurt. Just
Yeah.
about, just about.
I mean,
Okay, then I'm
if the HP is correct on everybody, you've got 17 for you, 23 for Katreya, and 23 for Don. So you're all kind of around the same HP.
okay. Well, I suppose I will not heal anything. I mean, if you're at my HP, you'll be fine.
Yeah, we can always take a rest or something if we can find a spot to do it.
It's an option.
For the fight.
Whoopsie, I hit the wrong button. But yeah,
I use my elixir now because that's just not very efficient to use in a battle.
right. Yeah, if you want to stop for a quick short rest, you can. So, that's up to all of you if you want to do a short rest before you head into this building.
Do you see a spot where we could like hunker down or
Um,
stay out of sight?
yeah. I think you could, pop into one of the buildings. The first floor of the building that you're like going into looks pretty, empty as well. So,
Do we want to just go in there? Group consensus?
hmm. I mean, there are other buildings if you want to use a different one to take a rest, but
Alright.
As long as we're not doing it out in the open.
right.
Sounds good.
Okay. Then I will go ahead and clear your initiatives for your short rest. You can go ahead and use your hit dice real quick.
Thank you.
I get to recover all my abilities here.
And while you're doing that,
Be right back. Said be right back.
okay?
Yep. Yeah, I'm definitely going to spend a hit die. Let's see. So it's D10 plus con. Good enough. I'm back up to 31.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty.
Close enough to full is good enough for me.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to overspend your hit dice. So.
Yeah, you never want to over. Oh yeah, and I need to mark off a hit die.
Let's see.
Back again.
Welcome back.
And Don's, since we're on a short rest, Don is going to use one of his dice.
Give his dice. Sounds like a plan.
Well, at least now we know what it looks like if I use up everything I've got now in one fight.
Right? That's very true.
And that's just going to bring him back to full health.
Neat. That's always nice when you can get back to full health, so. Let's see. So, the room that you are in, is a fairly plain room. Not a lot in this, immediate area. You can feel a magical effect around you, which I'm going to assume that
I'm going to detect magic on?
you're going to
Yeah.
detect magic on.
You assume correctly.
Yes. Hey, when you got free detect magic, it definitely is
When
worth
when you
using.
get it for free, use it.
So, let's see. What would this be referred to as? So there is. It is a. What would be the right term? It would be an enchantment spell. But it's not it's not enchanting you or anything. It's more like it's enchanting the building that you're in.
Is it
Let's
like
see.
Is it like a house cleaning spell?
Um, you sense that it is a.
Could I roll
much-
Arcana?
Yeah.
Could I
yeah,
roll
yeah,
Arcana
yeah,
to try to figure
go
out
ahead.
exactly what the magic does?
Yeah, that would make that would work better than me trying to figure out a way to tell you without telling you.
Okay. Let's see.
At least if you roll
What's
high.
my Arcana again? Arcana is 3, so that's a total of 16.
16? Okay. So so it is it's a mix of things. You sense that there are layers to this enchantment spell. Some of them are. I'm trying to think of the best the way to word this. Some of them are enchanting. I'm trying to think of the best way to. I hate when I can't think of the right words for what I'm going for.
Well, since it's enchantment, is it a glamour? Something to do with the appearance of the place, the sound of it?
Not really.
Does it fortify it in some way?
I wouldn't say that it's so much fortifying the structure as it is that fortification and sealing are kind of a part of it. So part of the enchantment is that it is holding it's holding something in place. preventing something from, going out.
So it's containment.
Yeah.
It's a containment effect.
It's a, yeah. That's the word I'm looking for. Actually, is containment.
Okay, so Katreya explains that this place is essentially has a big ward keeping something in.
Yes. That's what I was looking for. Yes. And I will note.
Out of curiosity, does it vibe as more like just straight arcane or like psychic? Is it more like a physical barrier or like a spiritual barrier?
Yeah, it's a mix of both.
Bit of both. Okay.
There is like a physical portion to it. But also there's this that, like, again, it's like layered. There's like multiple things you can tell. There is you can sense that there's a physical, like, it's keeping something in this spot kind of thing. But also there's like, I want to say like an aura of like spiritual and elemental like effects that are like part of the barrier, if that makes sense.
Oh, and she's going to say this to the group. So I'm going to take a guess that whatever this ward is meant to keep in has reached not just in the physical, but also in like the ethereal and other means of projection, possibly mental.
I see.
This is a very thorough job.
Yes.
So I have no idea what this could be containing. It could be something that has a body. It could be something that can astral project. There's a lot of options and possibilities.
Yes.
Just so you all know what this place is sealed against, because that may be something we have to deal with.
Right. I mean, I would remind the reason that you're down here. And if you don't remember, because it's been a few sessions, your characters can perform a history check.
I don't think I have a good history skill. Don't suppose anyone's proficient in history.
I mean, it wouldn't be that high of a check either, so...
I could just roll int. That's a 3. That was a terrible roll. Anyone else have a decent int?
I do.
There we go. Wow, that is the third time that
I'm proficient in history.
Hey.
That was a 9.
9.
Aw.
1 second.
Okay. Let's see.
Oh. Those ain't come off phone.
Your phone having trouble?
Yeah, just being a bit. Oh, that's correct.
Oh, nice. There you go. That's what you needed. So, yeah. So for all of you, if I may remind you, your whole reason for coming down here was because somebody was trying to free something that was sealed away down here. Because if you remember the elemental attack on
Yeah.
Nitu, the whole purpose of that was to cause an imbalance that would break some kind of a seal and unleash something very powerful, you were told. It was Rin that told you that, even. So.
And the seal was the thing that's sealed away here is the same one that caused this city to get fucked, basically, right?
Quite possibly, yeah. There is a very strong possibility that whatever is sealed here it has something to do with the fall of the Olnathan Empire. So
I'm just kind of making that assumption.
right. So yeah, there is something sealed down here, and your whole point of coming down here was to try to prevent that seal from breaking. So
what does my detect magic and arcana tell me about the integrity of the seal? That's the important question here.
That is the important question. So on the integrity of the seal, you can definitely tell that the integrity is waning. You can't put a direct time on it, but you can definitely tell that it is, weak. That it has weakened. It is currently weakening, and that if it is not stopped, the seal will definitely break.
Couldn't put a time frame on it, but could I put a percentage of the seal's integrity? Like, what's the shield down to?
Yeah.
30%, 20%?
I feel like it would be safe to say maybe 20-ish. So
she's just like, yeah, it's bad.
Yeah.
It's really bad. I don't know how long we have, but it's not going to be long.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we better get moving then.
Indeed. Well, there are stairs that lead further up. And Katreya would be able to sense that whatever is sealed is upwards. Thus, if you want to deal with it, you would need to go up. So
up again.
Up again.
Starting to miss going down.
Right?
Nope. Too easy. I just thought.
Oh, damn it.
That took me a moment, but yep. Yep. That did take me a moment, but yep.
Because that would be in character for Don. That is in character for Don too.
Right.
Of course, she wouldn't get it. She'd just be like, "What?"
Right. Good. Nice.
Yeah, it's fun. It is. It's fun playing a man whore.
So up we go, I assume.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. I will not be carrying anyone this time.
You don't need to.
I think it's for the best.
So, you begin your ascent up the stairway. You climb a couple of floors upwards before the stairway leads you into a room. And the moment that you step into this room, it's almost as if it's almost as if it's a completely different location. The ground looks like it is, made of rock. There are actually a couple of pools of lava that are on the sides of this path that kind of goes straight, or not straight, but kind of curves kind of back and forth through the room. Along the stone path, there are a number of small holes, all of which it only takes you a moment to notice very hot steam kind of spitting out of these holes on occasion.
I don't. Can we avoid getting hit by that? I don't want to get boiled.
Right. This is going to be a series of skill checks revolving around perception and dexterity / acrobatics. If all of you can roll both of those for me.
What were the checks?
Perception and either a dexterity or an acrobatic if you have proficiency.
That would be just dex for me.
So.
One sec.
So perception and then dex.
That is a 22 on perception, and not as good on my dex. That is a 14.
Okay.
23 perception and almost a crit, but still, that's going to be 25 on acrobatics.
25 on acrobatics, alright.
So that is an 8 on perception.
Okay.
Oh wait, I'm gonna burn a superiority die for that, because this is a detection. So.
Right. Yeah. You're gonna use your superiority die on your perception.
That bumps me up to 15.
All right.
Okay, so I burned a die for that, and nothing I can do about dex. I just have to make the check.
Right. Okay.
Okay, fortunately I rolled an 18, so that's not a problem.
Alrighty.
So that'd be like a 21.
21. All right.
I gotta mark off a die.
Yep. So through a combination of watchfulness, hence the perception, and also, quick maneuvering, quick step, that kind of thing, hence the dex, all three of you actually do just fine. It does take you a bit of, maneuvering and kind of, wait for it to, spew steam, and then as soon as it stops, you do a quick hop kind of thing, But through this sort of dance of watch and, slide around, hop around, etc., you get through the winding path with not too much difficulty. I'll say it's technically, while this was a group-based check, which means that only two of you had to succeed. All three of you succeeded on both checks. So, you did good.
Even if I did had to throw a little extra into it.
Yeah. Yeah, the 8 would not have. But yes. So yes. You did have to use your superiority, but yeah,
That's what it's there for.
So yeah. Yep. That is true. So yeah.
By the way, that was a really good implementation. This is something we've been powwowing out about in the DM corner.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I was having some issues with figuring out how to handle this sort of series of puzzles, and through, so communication with both Andrew and Kat, who both have the DM pink title, as you might notice, along with a couple of other friends outside of the server entirely, we were able to come up with a way for this all to work out. So, that said, having cleared this area, as soon as you reach the other side of the room, a magical face appears on the door. Let's see. This magical face appears on the door, and it gets a wide grin on its face, as it suddenly speaks out.
A spirited jig, it dances bright, banishing all but darkest night. Give it food, and it will live. Give it water, and it will die.
Wait, what was the first part?
Yeah, I'll say it without the voice changer here as well. A spirited jig, it dances bright, banishing all but darkest night. Give it food, and it will live. Give it water, and it will die.
Fire.
Yeah.
Fire.
Fire. Indeed. You speak the word fire. The magical face squints at you with its eyes, gives you a scowl with its mouth, and says,
You've answered the first. Let's see if you know the rest.
And then it disappears.
Hmm.
When it disappears, the door in front of you that it was kind of, on, opens all entirely on its own, leading to another set of stairs.
Well, up to next set.
Alrighty. Let's see. Let's see. So, heading upwards to the next floor. You've now find yourself in another large room. At both the entrance and the exit of the room are two large platforms that hang over what looks to be an endless void below you. In between the two platforms, you can see a series of other smaller floating rocky platforms. Let's see here. Let's see. All right.
While you're looking that up, I'd like to take a moment to apologize to our audience for... I blame my mom for getting me to use the term powwow for a meeting, and that's not cool.
Uh-huh.
I haven't used that term in like 10 years. I don't know why the hell I suddenly broke it out. But anyway, yeah.
Having not even like heard that before, I had no idea that was not considered acceptable anyway. So,
As far as I know, it's not, so I just felt I had to say something.
Alrighty. Yeah, I mean, it's not a big deal to me, you know. Obviously, you're apologizing to, viewers.
Yeah, the viewers, yeah.
But when it comes to stuff like that, I take things in stride because no matter what you say, eventually it will be considered, bad for whatever, various reasons. Language changes,
Terminology is a crazy thing.
Yeah. So, as I said, language changes. So let's see. As you look at the platforms, you notice that some of the platforms look sturdy, whereas some of the platforms look cracked. Let's see. So what you're going to need to do is more or less the same thing as before. A perception to note whether the platforms you're on, you're about to move to are, cracked and thus may crumble upon landing on. And also and this can be either a dex or a strength, depending on what you want to do. So athletics or acrobatics in this case, to actually get between platforms. So.
I wonder what happens if we step on the wrong one.
Hey, anybody's free to try.
So you want a perception, then a physical?
Yes.
Yep. All right.
Oh, that's not great.
Need a perception and a dex.
Yes, that or strength, whichever one you want to do.
13 on perception.
Okay.
Let's see. 21 perception, 22. Sorry, 21 on perception, 20 on the acrobatics.
Okay.
21 on dex.
Okay.
All right. There's a 14 on perception
Alrighty.
and 19 on dex.
19 on dex. Alright. Alright. Let's see. Through, again, a series of, monitoring your surroundings and making, various, hops across these platforms. You make it, I would say, about halfway across these platforms. About halfway across, one of the platforms, what's the best way to say this? As you as you're hopping along, what would be the best way to say it? I want to say like the ground. I want to say like the ground shakes. You feel this like shake. The platforms feel like they're shaking, as if they were like attached to something that is like earthquake. That said, you all stand your ground pretty well against that. A couple of the platforms that are cracked and broken already actually like fully crumble. And that debris begins to fall down into the endless void below, and then seems to appear above you and then continue to fall. This falling debris strikes a few of the other slightly cracked platforms, causing them to equally collapse.
Oh, great! It's a loop.
Being watchful of this looping, falling stone, all of you manage to, hop your way across to the other side of the room. No sooner are you on the other side of the room, do you notice that it's almost like the entire room just instantly resets. Rocks that are currently falling just like disappear, and then the platforms just like reappear back in the positions they were in before. The platforms seem to like change up a bit. Some of the platforms that weren't cracked become cracked, and vice versa. So
this is meant to be a fresh test every time somebody goes through it.
mm-hmm.
How annoying.
Indeed. Indeed.
I really hope there's an easier way back.
As you turn, you once again see the magical face appear on the door in front of you. And let's see, which one of these was what I wanted? There it is, okay. Have a series of riddles, and I couldn't, it took me a moment to remember which of these was the right one for this room, so.
I can tear down mountains or build them up. I can blind a man or enable him to see. What am I?
Could you repeat that?
Yeah. I can tear down mountains or build them up. I can blind a man or enable him to see. What am I? If you as the players do not know, you are free to roll intelligence checks.
Mountains.
So, Katrea's like gathering everyone around, like, okay, guys, I got an idea.
Wait, what? Sorry, go ahead.
I think it might be sand. Because sand can wear down a mountain. It can build up into a hill. It can blind you if it blows in your face, but sand also makes glass, which enables people to see. And she points to her own glasses.
I mean, you could try it.
She looks up at the mouth and is like, sand?
Riddles 2 you have solved. But 2 more await you.
I did not get that to rhyme the way I wanted. Anyway.
It's sand.
Hmm?
No, I was just taking a joke.
Yeah, I started trying to make a rhyme and then realized I had no idea where I was going with it because I don't have it like written down.
Oh, I'm glad all that time spent in the arcane library paid off.
The face vanishes once more, and the door opens once again, allowing you to climb higher up. Let's see. So on the third set of floors, you see a room. You see a big empty room, with a waterfall that is flowing from one side down and then creating a river in the center. The speed at which the river is moving because of the waterfall is extremely high. There would be very little chance of you being able to like swim across. because of how fast the current is going.
But I outswim the current because I have a full 30 foot of movement in the water.
So you do have 30 foot of move. The current is going fast enough though that I guess the best term would technically be like double difficult terrain. It'd be like every foot of movement is like 4 feet. Trying to like fight against the current. So you wouldn't be able to get across even with a 30 feet movement.
So here's a question. What if I used action surge? That way I could do triple movement in one go.
That's
Could
true.
I basically just like dolphin dive my way across with a rope?
Dolphin dive. That might work. Yeah, that might work to get across. If you since you're doing what is that's 90 foot of movement basically.
Yeah, that would be 90 feet of movement. So cut in
So
half, that would be like 45.
right. Well, again, it's like double difficult terrain. So like every one is 4 instead of every one is 2. So,
Oh, okay.
So you'd actually be dividing it by 4, which is 22 feet. So that actually would not be enough.
Damn.
So
Well, I thought I had a good idea.
it definitely made me pause and think for a moment because I had to really like think about that. What's the saying? Close but no cigar.
Close but no cigar.
Close only
Suggestions?
counts in
Anybody?
close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades.
I will note that at the other side of the room, there is like a hole of sorts where the water then like goes down, almost like it's flowing, into like another waterfall. That said, there is a log that you can see that is flowing in between, like it goes down the waterfall, flows across, and then it falls down into the hole, where it then pops back out of the waterfall at the top and repeats the process.
Okay, so there's something I want to see.
Okay?
Dawn, could you do me a favor and shoot that log with an arrow?
Problem.
I want to make sure it's the same log and it's not just falling into an abyss, being deleted, and spawning a new log.
Fair enough. And he just shoots it.
Okay. So yeah, with an arrow stuck into the log, you're able to note the log goes off the edge, and then the same log with arrow in the same spot comes out the top side. So it's
Okay.
another loop.
Wait, theoretically, could I just ride in the current?
Hmm?
So theoretically, could I just fall in and go with the current and let it suck me in the hole?
Let's take you in the hole.
I mean, what am I going to do? Drown?
Right. I mean, you could try that.
All right, well, she's going to take off her hat, coat, shoes, stick them in the bag of holding,
Okay.
and just fall into the water.
Fall into the water. Yeah.
I want to see how the physics of this work.
The physics of this work. So you hop into the water and let the current kind of take you over to the other side. When you reach the other side and it dips you down into the waterfall here. You notice something strange happens. Something that didn't actually occur at all with the log, which is you start to fall down into this sort of black space. Once you reach a certain point, you realize that the water has, stopped and it's not going any further. And then as you continue to fall, you find yourself falling straight back down to the side of the platform, the side of the room that everybody's on. You kind of fall out of the ceiling, it looks like.
Why am I suddenly imagining the Loki scene of I have been falling
Falling
for
for
30
30
minutes?
minutes. I mean, it's either that or the freaking, remember that episode of SpongeBob where they were on the Dutchman ship?
Mm-hmm. I have not seen SpongeBob in so long, so... That said, as you're falling down the waterfall and pass through where the water ends at, the log comes around and begins to fall down, with you, basically. But when it hits the edge of where the water is, the log just disappears. To everybody else, the log just reappears and goes straight back down the waterfall and continues the process.
So what are the just ends? The log just vanishing and going elsewhere, falling in emptiness for a long time, and then suddenly spawning through a ceiling and falling to the floor. Somehow all this feels oddly comforting. Why does this feel strangely familiar? And she actually just says that as she's laying on the floor.
I don't know what experience have you been through.
I don't know. It's like something from a dream or a memory that isn't mine. It's weird. I can't explain it.
Mm-hmm.
There's just a sense of familiarity. Well, anyways, I'm not dead, so it was just very strange and oddly relaxing for reasons I cannot explain.
Well, do you think we need to cross? And, is that log stable?
We should probably ride the log, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Alrighty. So let's see. So what are you doing? What's the exact method you're using here?
Oh,
Yeah,
where are we?
Good question.
Who had the pythons?
I do.
Could we jam a couple in the log just to use his handhold? I don't know.
Well, he also kept the ropes, so you could potentially make so you could make better handholds with the pythons.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Get a whole harness going on this log. We'll ride it into the sunset.
Hmm.
Too easy.
Are we gonna Doctor Strange love it?
Though, since you guys can drown, I wouldn't recommend being sucked through a water tube. It's probably not good for your health.
Hmm?
I'm just weird.
I can't actually drown.
Oh, that's true.
Right.
Yeah. So, Don, buddy, don't fall off.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like the smell of wet fur anyway.
Hmm?
My mind is too dirty.
I think Don is, or not Don, Nuts is just kind of tired of conversation, and he's going to sprint across the log.
Going hardcore. Okay.
Yep, like he did with the bridge.
All right.
Sometimes you just gotta go cakeless.
Sometimes you just gotta, sometimes you just gotta go for it. So give me an acrobatics / dex.
That is a 17.
17. Nice. Alright. You prep yourself. You take off at a full run. You leap over the water, land onto the log, and then continuing your momentum, push off of the log and land on the other side. You cause the log to begin spinning like crazy for a moment, but the current of the water eventually returns the log back to its original direction.
You just have to run very fast.
And where does the log go? That's right, it goes in the infinity hole.
Yep.
Yep.
Still too easy.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, that's a dex roll.
Dex roll. Yep. If you want to do this, if you want to just hoof it across, it's just a dex roll. You can throw in acrobatics if you have it.
That I do. $19.
All right. Yeah. Seeing Nuts, just gallant across. That's not the right word, but anyway. Seeing him, just rush across, you do the same. With cat-like grace, you leap, land on all fours, and then fling yourself off, onto the other side.
Ray, on the other hand, is going to take a very low-effort approach to this.
All right.
She just figures, well, if I fall off, I do it again. If I fall off, I do it again. I just get more tube time. And tube time wasn't bad time, so...
Right.
So let's see. That is a 9 for Dex.
Oof. Let's see. So that, I can tell you that's not enough, for sure. So, Um, let's see. So yeah, you hop over onto the log, but you're not able to get off of it before the log, goes down into the abyss.
She's like, be back in 10.
What you do discover, however, is that while holding onto the log, you are actually carried through the cycle by the log.
Oh, it teleports me with it.
Yep.
So I'm back much faster.
You're back. Yep, you're back much faster. You can make another dex to try and go from the log over, if you would like.
Since she knows this is how it works now, before she makes another dex check, she's gonna ride through like 3 more times because this is actually fun. Just having fun riding this log and being teleported back and back and back. After like a minute, she's gonna try again. Okay, that's a 17.
Alrighty. Sorry, trying to help out my comic team with the outfits for the characters in the page that they're working on.
She's only been alive for 5 years. Give her a break. This was highly entertaining.
Right. Yeah, you make it across at last. So do.
New vacation spot discovered.
Having crossed the river with only a slight bit of difficulty on Cat's side, the magical face appears once again.
Lighter,
That was really loud for some reason.
lighter than what I am made of. More of me is hidden than is seen. I am the bane of the mariner, a tooth within the sea. Speak my name.
And so without that, or without the voice modulation, that's lighter than what I am made of. More of me is hidden than is seen. I am the bane of the mariner, a tooth within the sea. Speak my name.
Ooh.
What happens if we get it wrong?
We haven't found out yet.
Yeah.
You are a rock.
No. I don't think that's it.
Did anything happen?
Well, let's see. One Nuts announces that it is a rock. The face begins to laugh maniacally. Its eyes glow with a purple glow, and everybody has to make a dex save against bolts of lightning that shoot from its eyes.
Motherfucker.
Don't tease us.
No.
24.
24. Okay, that's good. That is a save.
22.
22.
A nat 20 for 22.
All right.
That is a 14.
14. Hey, that is a save for everybody.
Oh, thank goodness.
So you'll only take half, which is 2 lightning damage.
Motherfucker.
It was worth a shot.
I'm pretty sure that wasn't it.
The
I
face.
could have told you that
if
wasn't
you
it.
If you think about it, rocks are in the sea, and mariners hate running into rocks.
Okay,
Okay,
tell me,
but rocks
tell me the
are
riddle
light.
one more time.
So, lighter than what I am made of. More of me is hidden than is seen. I am the bane of the mariner, a tooth within the sea. Speak my name, and I have also posted it directly into Map Tool.
Okay.
So you can also see it for sure. But I thought this one was actually easier than the last one.
I mean, I know it wasn't a rock, that's for sure.
Right.
The last one, I just got that on pure bullshit.
The first one just made sense.
Right.
I think I might have an idea. Would anyone trust me to make a guess?
Let's see. Lighter than what I am made of, more of me is hidden than is seen. I am the bane of the mariner, a tooth within the sea. Speak my name. The part that's driving me is the tooth.
I promise to heal everyone if you give me one last shot.
How about we let Katreya go at it? Sorry, be right back.
Okay.
From what I know, this fits this more or less.
Okay.
Carl.
You said coral?
Yeah, Carl.
Let's see. So, I assume that you are saying this to the face.
Yes.
And the face is going to laugh at you again and say, "Got it wrong again."
Sorry. It actually did fit most of that, so.
So it is going to do another quick blast of lightning from its eyes. And then after it does that, it will say,
You only have one more try.
Ah, crap. So that
And
was
I'm
a deck
back.
save,
We're
right?
back. So
Yeah, I
Cat-
guessed Carl and it was wrong.
It was wrong. So go ahead with a dex save. And again, you can make an intelligence check if you can't think of it as a player. Because your character might know, even if you yourself don't. So, but yeah, go ahead and make dex saves from bolts of lightning shooting from its eyes.
That is a 4.
Ouch.
I rolled a 1.
17.
What did nuts? What did you say for nuts?
17.
17. Okay.
23 on the dex, and that's a crit 26 on the intelligence.
All right. So
I swear to God, if it's wind.
Katreya is going to take 6. You other two are going to take half, so 3.
She's like, I'm sorry.
So, Don, you spend a moment thinking about it. And lighter than what it is made of, more of it is hidden than is seen. These 2 lines bring to mind, especially...
I swear to God, if it's air or wind.
the both of these two lines specifically, along with the fact that the room has been water themed, it makes you think of icebergs.
Oh, a tooth.
The bane of the mariner, a tooth within the sea.
And it floats on water. Son of a bitch. It's
There it
ice.
is. You call out ice. The face looks like it's just about to start laughing, and then it realizes that you answered correctly. It scowls at you.
One more riddle remains. You won't get that one.
And then it disappears.
Okay, that riddle was freaking brilliant. That was hard.
I thought that was easier because lighter than what I am made of, and more of me is hidden than is seen. That to me that immediately brought up the idea of iceberg. So, and then it was like, oh, ice. So
That for me brought up the idea of the crust, Earth's crust, because it's
interesting.
it's lighter than what it's made of, and mariners hate it.
Right.
Why?
And most of it is hidden either beneath the crust or beneath the sea, depending on
Yeah.
how you see it.
To be honest, I can definitely see that working for like a rock. Because if you think about it, a rock, a spiky rock sticking up, right, would be,
Yeah.
the tooth within the sea, the bane of the mariner. Because of course, if you smack into that, and of course, a boat can't go on land, so I could see it, but this room was water themed. The last room was earth themed.
And see, I went with Carl because it's light compared to its composition.
Right.
It grows in layers, so a lot of it's hidden. Mariners hate it because you can ground your ships on it.
Right.
And it is considered a tooth of the sea because you can cut yourself on it.
Interesting. A good couple of answers there that did actually, like, you went through the logic and it worked, but it wasn't the right answer.
It wasn't the answer that was wanted, yeah.
Right. And admittedly, I was also looking up for riddles about water and ice. So maybe that's why it was like, oh, of course, because that's what I'm looking for. So that's why that is what would have immediately come up to me. So
that was what I call a perspective riddle. So that one was tricky.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. So
that was a good one, though.
Yeah, I like that one. All right. Let's see. And that brings us to the fourth room. As you climb the next set of stairs, you come to a fourth room. Within the room, you can see... Oh, well, my internet is being, like, really slow. Hello? Oh, it's out. The internet's out. My internet has died. So I don't know when that's gonna come back. Last time this happened, it was literally an hour. I'm sure that none of them will want to stick around to continue. I will pause the podcast for a couple of minutes in case the internet does come back and they're still around and whatnot. But if not, then I'll unpause, come back, and give you a, I guess this is where we're ending thing. because yeah, the internet just straight up died just now. So I will see all of you in a moment for you, probably minutes for me. Let me get that podcast unpaused. Hey, look, it came back in like a minute after I said that I was pausing the podcast. So we don't have to stop. Okay, so the face went away and the door opened and you were able to continue up to the next floor. On the next floor, you come upon a room that has a, what's the best way to put it? I guess the best way to describe it is like a large, like, metal block. It's a massive, like, block, that is sitting, kind of off to one side of the room. In front of you, on the other side of the room, are a series of massive fans that are blowing a very strong current of wind, across the room and to the other side where you're currently at.
Let me guess, we have to use this thing as a shield so we don't get blown away. That's what it's looking like.
You can definitely give it a try if you would like to.
I wonder how strong this wind is.
I mean, it's very strong. It's strong enough that at a certain point, the wind is blowing, like, harder on you than you can resist. So.
Oh, so it's just Chicago.
Wow.
Sorry.
I mean, it is called the Windy City, so.
I say this actually having been to Chicago, and there was one point where I had to walk at like a 45-degree angle to make progress.
Having never lived there, I've never experienced it. However, my brother could attest to that, because he lived in Chicago for like 6 months. So, but yeah, what would you like to try to do?
I'm gonna leave this up to the more athletic members of the party. Like, what do you guys think we should do?
So I like always the fact that we have like several like heavy gusts to wind. What else do we have?
So there's several large fans on the other side blowing a very strong wind towards you. The only thing in the room is a single, very massive metal block.
It's a block, and the block isn't nailed down or anything, right?
It does not appear to be, no.
Can it be moved?
You can try a strength check and see if you would like.
Can either of you?
I'll help.
I think Katreya would. Is there an opposite of the help action?
The hindrance.
Is there a hinder
A
action?
hinder action, right?
Yeah, she's gonna help with her 9 strength and just like do nothing.
Alright, so 2 people pushing on the block.
I mean, down only has a +1, so 14.
14? Okay. So the block does move. In fact, you're surprised that the block is lighter than it seems that it should be, considering how massive it is. Yet, despite that it moves fairly easily, when you're pushing on it, you can tell that there's something that is keeping it secure to the ground. So you can move the block, but it's not gonna like get picked up by the wind and like pushed back on you or fly into the air or something like that. So
How tall is it, by the way?
it's massive. I would say at least
okay.
10 foot.
So we can easily just stand behind this and
Oh yes.
walk it along. Okay.
And
How-
it's
How heavy is it to push?
I mean, it's surprisingly light.
Is it 30 pounds or less
Is it 30 pounds or less?
when pushing it? I mean,
Right. I want to say yes, but I'm also not entirely sure of the exact weight of like. Apparently, a cubic foot of metal is 500 pounds. Good grief.
Imagining you two pushing this giant block.
Right.
And Katreya's just going, "You're doing great," over the wind.
I mean, it definitely is lighter. I would say that it is light enough that if both Nuts and Don were pushing it, you would be able to push it without too much difficulty.
Okay.
It would probably take both of you though, so.
Yeah. I have an idea.
Okay.
The 50 plus 50 feet hempen rope. I want to make a harness out of that wraps around Nuts, but also wraps around the block.
Okay.
So, for something sturdy enough, should I roll survival?
Sure. I mean, what is your exact goal with that?
I'm going to use the wind to my advantage.
Okay.
Nuts is going to walk out into the wind and walk with the wind to pull the block to the other side.
Well, the wind is blowing at you, so you have to go walk against the wind to go the other way.
I figured that there was a longer tunnel, so he could walk with the wind a little bit. All right.
Yeah, because like I said, the wind is blowing towards you and preventing you from getting to the other side. So, the idea is that it's the wind is blowing like
The wind pushes us back to where we came in.
right.
That's what you're saying. Okay.
It's
Oh, I thought it was platform, wind tunnel, completely perpendicular to the area that we need to go.
No. So here, I've put down like a cube, like a room as like a template. Your group is on this side, of the room. The fans are on this side, and they're blowing in this direction towards you. And then there's a block that is in the middle.
So the block is like here.
Yeah.
And the idea is we're supposed to push it toward the fans.
It's like... Don't snap that to grid. It's like this, basically. There's a block here. You're here. The wind is pointed downwards this way, blowing from top to bottom.
My map tool crashed. It's not even letting me exit out.
Oh dear.
No. Yeah, I was thinking something much wider. I think this is one of those times where visual references were... We definitely need visual references for this.
Yeah, It probably would have helped to have some sort of visual reference.
But no, this is good. Now okay, so there's this... It's a big 10-foot tall monolith, essentially.
Yeah, it's a big block. Trying to see if I have any like arrows or something that can be used to... Doesn't look like I have anything.
So is it 10 by 10? Is it like an actual cube?
Yeah, it's like a full cube. So...
Okay, so we all have to squeeze behind this cube and use it like a shield. That's the intent, right?
Right.
Okay.
And it's light enough just to get pushed by a mage hand?
I
was asking, is it light enough just to get pushed by mage hand?
Mage hand can only move things that are like super light, I think.
Yeah, it's like 5 pounds, and if it takes both of you to move it, not even
Yeah.
a chance.
30. Wait. 10.
Oh, it's 10? I thought it was
Yeah.
5. Never mind. Still.
I was thinking
Right.
30. Oh, right, because it moves 30 feet. That's why.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I could see that.
There we go. This will work well enough. So, like, the wind is blowing that way. If that helps.
Got
And
it.
the door we came through is like right here, I'm guessing.
Right, yes.
Okay.
The door is here, and the other door is over here.
Okay.
I can mark the door here ish, and a door here ish.
Oh, wait, this presents a complication. So the fans are all over here pushing this way.
Right,
Well, the fans are all over here and they're pushing in this direction.
right.
If we push this block all the way to the wall, we'll block off the door and we won't be able to get out.
Not unless we don't cover the door, but
mean-
park it next to the door.
I mean, you say that
so
like
we're
you
not
can't.
going back.
You say that like you can't just pull the block as well.
That's true. I guess we could like slide it sideways.
Slide it sideways, yeah. There's no wind here by the door, so if you could get the block like into like this area, you would be able to slide around the block and be fine. So
So it has to be moved over some and forward the rest of the way.
right.
Of course, it would have to be just a little bit more complicated.
Right. You'd have to like push it this and then like over here, and then you would have just enough space between the wind on this side and the wind on this side to kind of slide in to get to the door. If that helps.
Wait, these are giant fans, right?
Right.
They are. Out of curiosity, detect magic on them.
Um,
Are they magic, or are they all this weird machine stuff that's everywhere?
they're they're machines. They're massive machines.
Okay, I got an alternate plan, everybody, and tell me what you think of this plan.
Okay.
We just break out our magic and blow up the fans.
Hmm.
I mean, theoretically, they should be destructible.
Attempting to would not be a bad idea. I'm gonna create water on them.
Great. Water on the fans.
Uh-huh.
Alrighty.
Oh, you're trying to short them out. That's clever.
Create or destroy water at a first level should create 10 gallons of water.
10 gallons of, 10 gallons of clean water within range. Let's see. Bum bum bum. Interesting. You cast create water. And you create a massive, 10 gallons of water that kind of fills in the space around one of the fans. The fan doesn't short out, but the fan does spin slower, as if fighting to resist against the water. Interestingly enough, a side effect you didn't expect is that the water is actually staying inside of the fan blade area. That said, it has slowed it down enough that you, with a little bit of work, could still get across without having to use the block, basically. To put it into D&D terms, you'd have to make a strength check to resist the wind that's still coming at you. But if you succeed, you would be able to get across just fine.
That's a 17.
Okay. In that case, I
Nuts,
assume...
you were my inspiration for that.
Hmm?
Because sometimes you just have to say fuck it and break things.
Right.
Hmm?
Indeed.
Sometimes that is much more fun.
Indeed.
I'm taking a page from your book.
So are Don and Katreya wanting to cross in the same spot where the wind is lessened?
Yeah, I'm gonna try it. This should be awful.
Alrighty.
Okay, so I rolled a 20,
Ah, nice.
which is a 19.
Alright. And so I need a strength roll for Don.
Sorry, what exactly are we doing?
So, Nuts managed to slow the speed of the fan down, so the wind current isn't as strong. So you're trying to make a strength check to walk against the current. That way you don't have to fight with pushing the block.
The fan's having to fight water, so the wind is much weaker.
Right. And surprisingly, the water is staying in place. So,
16.
16? Alright. There you go. Very good. Very good.
I can't fucking believe that worked.
See, sometimes the answer is not as sophisticated as one would think.
Katreya just like holds out a fist bump to Nuts, like, yeah.
And it is reciprocated.
Let's see. So, the magical mouth appears once more. It stares at you in surprise, to put it simply.
Is it going to accuse us of cheating?
it, it definitely has a look on it that looks like it's not happy. But it doesn't complain or anything. In fact, after a moment of silence, it actually says,
Well, you certainly figured that out in a different way than I expected.
It's about the mindset of just wanting to get done with it. That seems to get things done much quicker, in my experience.
Well, you got one riddle to go, and then you can have your reward.
Oh boy.
I am measured on a special type of scale, but I don't weigh anything. I can't be seen, but I'm not
Air.
the invisible man.
Air.
Don speaks up and says air, like mid-sentence of, the middle of this thing, reciting the riddle. It pauses
No,
for a moment.
It's temperature.
Hmm?
No, it's temperature.
It pauses for a moment. It scowls at Don. Like, if this thing could shoot daggers from its eyes, it would be doing that.
Well, aren't you a wise guy? Fine.
Well, you did. Well, we have gone through fire, ice, technically water.
Yeah, whatever. Just move along.
And then the face vanishes, and the door opens.
Well, if it was anything, this was a fun experience. Oh, and he's gone.
Okay, now Don gets a fist bump because that was hilarious.
Right? Right. So I assume continuing on up the stairs.
Correct.
Yes.
You climb the stairs before you until you find yourself at last in the final room of the tower. All around you are gold and gems. It's so much that what would be the best way to say it? Like just gold and gems as far as the eye can see, basically. Like this room is just completely full of golden coin, gems. You see several chests. Like, this room is just completely covered in treasure everywhere.
My first two thoughts are, is it cursed and is there a lamp?
What perhaps draws your eye the most, though, is a small pedestal sitting in the middle of the room. The pedestal is decorated in all manner of golden trimming, gemstones, things of that nature. But on top of the pedestal sits a strange blue crystal. A soft light glows from above the from the ceiling above the pedestal, shining down, giving it an almost divine feeling.
Hey, that's close enough to a lamp, but now I'm really concerned. I'm going to detect magic on all this treasure and that strange crystal.
Alrighty. The moment that your detect magic spell is cast, a counter seems to be immediately cast, canceling out your spell.
Oh. Something is negating magic in here.
Well, it is a good idea to not touch anything until we know where the crazy lady that we're supposed to kill is.
Yeah.
I suggest we check the ominously placed crystal.
I suggest we don't. I suggest we leave it alone.
Well, what if it's like Rin's crystal?
That would be bad, because last time I heard, the thing that was kept in here locked away forever to be sealed. And what you said earlier about this building, I think whatever is being contained is that crystal right there.
I mean, it would make sense. The being that we're looking for could be inside the crystal.
Mm-hmm.
Or the being that was locked away in legend many, many, many years ago could be in that, and whoever is trying to leave or open this up is not in there.
Are there any markings on the floor around the crystal, like obvious circles, anything that looks like it would be an indicator of do not touch this, do not cross this?
There is not, actually.
How close would we have to be to the crystal to see if there's like an image of a person inside it, like, Rin's crystal?
You'd have to be very close. It is not a very big crystal. To put it into perspective, you had to pick up and physically look at Rin's soul crystal in order to see she was even inside of it. So
Yeah, I was afraid of that. Is there anything else in here besides the treasure and the crystal?
besides the treasure and the crystal, there is nothing else and nobody else.
And no other way out besides the way we came.
No other way out beside the way you came.
Like I said, the ominously placed crystal.
Well, this kind of bullshit is sort of what I was hired to deal with, so do you guys want me to try this thing?
Let me try. I'm the thief here.
You sure?
Oh, please, I don't even have to get. I don't have to actually touch it physically, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, give it a shot.
Yeah, he just uses mage hand to grab the crystal.
Countered.
Well, as soon as you cast Mage Hand, the Mage Hand poofs.
Don, I did just tell you magic doesn't work in here.
I mean, I had to see.
What, you don't believe me?
Wait, is it a counter or anti-magic field? That's the question.
Ah, fuck this. He marches up to the crystal and snatches it.
All right. You march up to the crystal. The moment your hand touches the crystal, every light in the room suddenly blinks out, and the room goes to total darkness.
Oh my, who could have seen this coming?
You hear a voice suddenly call out and say, "I thank all of you. I could not have gotten through the trials on my own. Thanks to you, I can now bring..." I don't know what that was all about. He says, "Thanks to you, I can now free the great Jinn." As the lights flicker on, you see in front of you a man dressed in a thick black cloak.
Oh, hey, Jafar.
The trim around the hood and the like arms and stuff is all some kind of golden trimming. In his hand is now the blue crystal. He holds the crystal upwards, and the crystal itself begins to shake. With a laugh, the man fades away, and the crystal shatters. Inside of the crystal comes what you assume to be a djinn of some sort. His skin is the dark blue that you would associate specifically with djinn, as opposed to Marid, Dao, or Efreets, or Efriti, to use the proper word. But he's got the same, dark blue that genies have. He has this massive purple turban on his head and is dressed in this long, flowing, red sleeveless shirt that is open and has his chest exposed. His legs are covered in this fancy purple cloth. His legs are covered in this fancy purple, cloth leggings. He has a long, twisted black beard, and his eyes glow this brilliant red. He raises his hand, which you see is covered in 2 pairs of gloves, and he begins to laugh. Let me see here.
Well, it's been a short life, but it was a great pleasure getting to know you guys.
At least I will embrace the permanent dream.
At long last, I have been freed. I am Iblis, the king of all genies, master of every element. I thank you all for freeing me. Now then, I have a world to claim revenge on. You
Hold it.
can all stay here to rot.
Hold it.
Hmm?
Don's actually telling them hold it.
Hold it. He gives you a passing glance when you call that out.
How about we make a deal?
Explain.
Well, you see, I don't know how. Let me ask you a question. How long have you been sealed?
10,000 years and a year.
Well, now, after 10,000 years, the world has surely changed. I mean, you could surely use a guide a guide who knows his way around. Imagine how much you could gain imagine how much you could gain rather than just building. Imagine how much you could gain from building yourself up rather than tearing everything down. After all, I'm sure you will want things like servants, respect, worshippers.
Let me see. Um,
Are you seriously trying to pimp yourself?
Who the fuck said I was pimping myself? I'm trying to get us out of here.
Your words speak truth. We do pride ourselves.
Sorry, I am trying to do something with this thing. I don't like how that voice sounds for this.
Fair enough.
Oh, I see what it's saying that.
I wanted
I wanted to um
Wanted to, like, make it deeper, but not as deep. And I wanted to see if I could find a way to do that. I think this. Oh, that's not good. Okay. Something like this. I don't know if you're hearing it right now.
Sounds very authoritative.
Okay. Because I
I wasn't in I was in the voice lab, so I wasn't sure if it was like coming through still with that or not, but it does sound like it is, so that's good.
yeah, this should be good because this isn't as, like, deep and, like,
Yeah,
It felt like we were talking to a great old one with the previous voice.
yeah, he's supposed to be like big and authoritative, but it's not supposed to be like deep, really as deep as maybe I
had it. What if I add a bit of reverb? Ooh. I don't know if that's quite what I want. Something like that? No, I don't like that. That doesn't sound like how I want it. I'll try to.
I'll try to like get a better voice for that.
No,
by
using that
Dexter.
voice, if you just like talk slower, it actually sounds pretty good.
Oh, just talking slower like this with this voice?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, that sounds really good.
That sounds really good. Okay, yeah, as long as it is good, basically. um, okay, let's see. What was he saying?
What you speak is truth. I will need servants. I suppose some of you could be used as those. Then again, I think not.
Oh, so is the great master of elements too proud of himself?
No.
Ah, then you don't
Sounds
want to
good.
express so you just don't want to experience the pleasures of the world.
I
You just want to burn it all down when the people can offer you so much more. He's just using one of his best skills, bluffing.
Bluffing, right?
Bullshit. The power of bullshit.
Bullshit.
Well, I mean,
yeah.
the part of it is speaking half truths.
Right.
If you do need me to roll persuasion or deception, I can do that.
Right. I'm trying to think. Um, I'm trying to think a little bit. On what he would be like doing and thinking.
I mean, also must consider we were the ones who freed you, rather than that sneaky son bitch who just escaped from here. For all we know, he is planning to use you. When we were simply helping you out of the goodness of our hearts, weren't we?
Sure.
Let's see. Um. Yeah.
Nuts
okay.
is just kind of like dumbfounded and in awe of this person of the elements.
He's certainly impressive.
Yeah. He's not moving. I'm just moving his token closer because I assume technically this is sort of how you're positioned. Though I guess nuts would be more like up here. So, let's see.
You did free me. That is true. And that is what worries me. Those who can free me can also seal me away once more. I've already been sealed for 1,000 years and a year. I do not wish to be sealed again.
And what better way to assure you're never sealed again than to spread your gifts among the people of this world, to become loved, to become famous, respected, and in some cases feared, of course. To have them look up to you, tell stories of you, sing your presence, kiss your very feet.
um, he grows massively in size and says,
You think I will have any trouble bringing fear to this land? No.
I don't think you'll have trouble bringing fear. It's just would you prefer only fear? Where everyone hates you, despises you, would sooner chuck a rocket at your head than say say a word to you, rather than being loved and praised. having people give you whatever you want just for being you.
I care not for
What would be the right word?
Also, when he said that, Katreya stepped up and was like, if you're so sure you can make the world afraid of you, try me. Make me afraid of you. I mean, if you
Right.
can't make me afraid of you, then what are you going to prove? You know?
And
Um,
and in fact, outside this mountain range, there's a little girl in the wagon. If you can't scare her, what are you going to do with the rest of the world?
let's see. Um, he's going to point a single finger forward as he says,
I will have no problem striking fear into the hearts of this whole world. I only seek revenge for my imprisonment. Soon all of genie kind will fall at my feet, and all of this world will dread what they have done to my kind.
and
You mean the world
then
that's
you're going to see electricity crackle across his glove as he unleashes a blast of lightning. Dexterity checks. Saves, rather.
$14.
Okay.
13.
So, okay. 14, 13,
18.
18. Hey. He points his hand forward. The blast of lightning shoots out from his hand, blasting through all three of you. I'm going to preface this by saying you're not going to die. Regardless of what this does, just so that you all don't feel like, I'm murdering the whole party here. That's actually not too much, though it might be a good bit because of your level. It's actually kind of a low roll, considering how much he could easily do. No, actually, that's about average. 24?
I'm down.
24 lightning damage.
I mean, Don is up, but barely.
Not as up, but barely. Okay. Let's see. Katreya had 23. Nuts had 23. So Don is barely standing.
Yep.
So both Katreya and Nuts are immediately down, which is good. I'm glad that I'm glad that with 23 damage, that still wouldn't have killed anyone anyway.
She's
Or
like,
24 rather.
okay, admittedly, that was impressive. Falls over, smoldering.
Right.
Okay. Okay, you've made your point. That fucking hurts.
He lets he looks down at the two that are unconscious, and Don, who is barely standing. His familiar is probably fried from that. I just thought of that too. But anyway, he looks down at the slightly conscious Don. He begins to laugh as his form grows exponentially. When I assume you've all seen Disney's Aladdin, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
So the scene where Jafar is just growing bigger and bigger, and then he just like bursts out of the ceiling. That's basically what is going on. He's growing larger and larger until finally, literally, his form cannot be held in the room, and he bursts the ceiling open. Don is able to watch as Iblis lets out a laugh as he wishes off to who knows where.
Oh, fuck, that's bad. Yeah, he just freaking takes a seat for a second.
As you are sitting, kind of looking at your companions, you notice that all of the treasure in the room has completely vanished. All save for a small ring that is glittering off in one corner of the room.
He goes to pick it up.
As your hand brushes across the ring as you go to lift it up, you feel a burst of magic as a second genie suddenly appears before you. She has decently long hair, not super long. But her eyes, her hair, her outfit, her shoes, everything about her is pink from head to toe, except her skin. She actually just has like a dark skin tone to her body. Around her wrist are 2 golden rings. And with a great big smile, she looks at Don and says, "Thank you for freeing me, Master. I am Ula. What wishes can I grant to you?"
I'm sorry, I'm just thinking the fact that I wear pants. How many wishes?
Well, I'm not a very powerful genie, so truthfully, she starts like counting on her fingers for a moment. And then after she spends several seconds like counting on her fingers, she says, 1, maybe 2. I'm not entirely sure.
All right, keeping that in mind. Can you get us out of here without using a wish?
She shakes her head and says, "I'm sorry, but all of you have now been touched by Iblis himself. There's little that my magic can do for you now without using the full power of a wish."
What's your range like?
She says, well, I could probably teleport you out of the cave.
Would that use up a wish, or can you just do that for us?
It would take a wish, yes.
Jeez. And there's no other way out of here, is there? No way to unset the traps?
She shakes her head and says, it's not so much even that let me start that over. She says, when Iblis broke free, all of the puzzles and traps that you faced were what's the word? I don't want to say erased. Disabled. That's the word. Well, she would say that they were all disabled. She would say this building has mostly been turned back into just a normal building now. However, when Iblis flew out of here, well, he woke them up.
Oh, fuck me. Your wishes don't reach. What happens when I use the wish? Well, what will happen to you?
She will say, I am bound to you until either you determine that... Crap. Well, what would be the right words? I'm bound to you until you relinquish me from your control. Even if all of my wishes are used up, I will still serve you and stay with you.
And do your wishes ever recharge?
She says, Genie law only allows our wishes to recharge once a year. That's actually from the D&D Monster Manual.
Yeah. Hoping I lived. Oh, here's hoping I lived that long. But I can wait. So I can wait. I'm not even halfway through my life yet.
Also, he would be gone. I just
All
realized I
right.
still left him there.
All right. There's a wagon. There's a wagon just outside the mount. Outside the mountain range. I need you to bring. I need you to teleport all of us to over there.
She smiles and says, will that be your first wish?
Yes, it should. Yes, it will.
Then your wish is my command. With a snap of her fingers,
Wait a second.
all...
Oh my god! I just thought of something better, and I'm a little mad. I didn't think of it just now.
Rip.
Oh well. I can access a hypothetical.
With a snap of her fingers, all of you are immediately transported out of the caves and just dropped right next to the, right next to, Isla, was it?
Ayla.
Ayla. I knew it was something like that.
Holy fucking shit! I thought you assholes were dead.
There's Katrina and Nuts would just like fall to the ground unconscious.
Right. Speaking of the fact that they are unconscious, I'm not asking for any saving throws. Instead, I would like I want you to make. Ah, frick it. Why not? I'll just do that. You know what? It's fine. So after you are teleported out of Kefu, Ule looks over to Nuts and Katreya, noticing the two of them are both unconscious.
And probably got dropped on their heads.
And she says, I can't heal them directly without a wish. However, she snaps her fingers again, and in both of Dawn's hands are suddenly 2 potions of greater healing.
He feeds one to Katreya, though he's not really sure if it'd work on Nuts.
Yeah, it'll work on Nuts, so.
Don would have actually seen Katreya use her elixir on Nuts earlier.
Right.
All right. Yeah, he carefully feeds Katreya while he actually makes Nuts shotgun it.
So, a potion of greater healing heals for 4d4 plus 4 hit points. That is 20 hit points maximum. So
it's enough to get us up.
Yeah. If you're giving it gently to Cat, she'll get the 20. If you're shoving it down Nuts, then
down his throat.
Yeah, then you'll have to roll the 4d4 plus 4 to see how much he heals for. $4d4 plus 4.
$17.
Hey, almost max.
Yeah, good roll.
Good roll.
Katreya gasped back to consciousness.
So that is her creation spell that she can use once a day. I'm sure that that's not how creation fully works, but I didn't bother to really fully look it up because I was just like, you know what, that'll work well enough. I'm saying that it can regardless of whether it can or not. So it looks like it can make like minerals and stuff, not necessarily potions, but meh. Whatever.
Welcome back to the world of the living. Yeah, we got a problem. This is Ula.
Ula.
Yeah, now that we're out of immediate danger, I must say, well, ooh la la.
I saw that coming, and yet I didn't expect it.
Katreya, still laying on the ground, actually starts laughing. But it's that cheeseburger laugh, you know. What I call the cheeseburger laugh is like, imagine like you're in a desert and you're starving and you see a hallucination of a cheeseburger and you start doing that laugh.
Right.
It's that laugh.
Makes sense.
And she sits up a bit and says, "Things aren't as bad as you think, Dawn."
Oh no, I don't know. A giant angry genie just escaped and promised revenge on the world.
But you don't get it. He's an all-powerful djinn, right? The king of the djinn. I dared him to make me afraid of him. He blasted me unconscious. He's all-powerful. He could have warped my mind or turned me inside out or,
Right.
filled my head with nightmares for the next, 5,000 years. Instead, he just chose to blast me. Don't you get what that means?
We have a chance.
10,000 years has made him a little dense. He's not creative.
Your favorite.
That's a good
Yeah.
thing.
Iblis was never the most creative of us genies.
Which means we can outsmart him. I know that doesn't seem like a positive at the moment given our situation, but trust
Right.
me, it's a positive.
It is a positive.
No, I believe
indeed.
you. Don't get me wrong, I believe you. I just don't like this. Because for all we know, the city's still in danger.
Yeah, we'll have to get back there as fast as we can.
Actually, when you bring that up, Rin can tell you from, inside of the sword that Sophia is carrying, who is somehow also here, but also not. But Rin can tell you, now that the Iblis is free, the elementals that were being used to weaken the seal have dissipated. So the cities are safe. Yay!
Yay!
However,
Freya's also checking on Nuts, like, how you doing, buddy?
However, Rin can also note that
That's how nuts is.
right. Rin will say, however, I find it strange though. All he did was free Iblis. I thought he was after something much, much worse.
And who was he?
I don't know what he calls himself now. Just that he sees himself as the bringer of the, not bringer, other word, the
Harbinger? Harbinger?
Harbinger. He sees himself as being the one that is going to, bring a prophecy to completion. I'm not sure what that term is.
Prophet? Harbinger?
Harbinger. Yeah, probably Harbinger. It's not prophet. It's there was a prophet that said it. He's the one that's fulfilling the prophecy.
Yep, the Harbinger.
So, Harbinger. Okay.
Freya slowly gets up and is like, no, actually, it makes perfect sense. Why he would free Iblis? I mean, we just established that, yeah, the guy is super powerful beyond whatever, but he's not creative. He's kind of a dip, So if you're a behind-the-scenes kind of guy who has big plans, what better to unleash than a blunt instrument to keep everybody busy with that?
Nice. Rin responds with I suppose that makes sense, actually. It is quite possible. All I know is before he sealed me in this crystal, he had started to refer to himself as the Undying King. And if anybody wants to make a religion check on that.
Would you allow me to count that as a lore check?
Sure.
Okay, so I can spend a die on it. Awesome.
Yes. Because history is intelligence anyway, right?
Well, you said religion.
Oh, really? Yeah, that's right. Oh, yeah, religion is wisdom, isn't it?
No, it's intelligence.
Actually, it's in.
Oh, it is intelligence. Okay.
So let me see what my total
yeah, that
on
would work
religion
fine.
is. Originally, it's going to be 24.
24. I don't
Minus
have
2
it.
dice.
I don't have it written out because I've never been good at writing out prophecies. But the main gist of it is there's a prophecy that was spoken by the oracle about the end times. The Undying King would conquer and rule the world. And from his ruling, the world would be brought to ash. Something to that effect. Basically, somebody that can't die that will become king, and then through ruling, he will conquer the entire world, but then also destroy it. So.
Yeah, it sounds like Iblis would fit perfectly into that plan.
Well, I suppose we should maybe try and clean up the mess we just made. Eventually, at least.
Eventually.
I mean, as much as I hate to be the one to point this out, because I feel like you guys are going to razz me for this the moment I say it, think about the last trial we went through. What did I do really except encourage you guys to push the block and then suggest a way of disabling the fan? But I did neither of those things. I just kind of stood there and watched.
You answered more riddles than I.
Oh, I mean, yeah, the riddles and all that, but
we have our days.
I'm saying this is how this guy works. What I just did, that's what he's doing. I hate to say that I get him, but I kind of get him.
Right.
Well, the way that you defeat someone that is chronically dumb is with simple fantasy.
Fantasy?
Fancies.
Fancies are simple tricks.
We can assume he's good. Well, at least in Iblis's case, we can assume he's going to brute force his way through everything, right? Create a situation where that doesn't work.
Right.
If he can't rely on brute force, he'll have to get creative, and that's not his strong suit.
Indeed.
I would say just put him up against the council. May they rule forever. She literally says that reflexively.
Right.
Good King Magomag, may you forever dine on Koopa nuts.
Right. I love Moggle Mog.
All of them together could technically probably at least challenge him. I have no concept of how powerful this Iblis is. I'm just assuming really freaking powerful.
Well, I suggest if we're just talking about the council, I at least suggest we check on my ex.
That's a good idea.
That would be a good idea, though. do not mind if I do not show my face around anyone related with the council.
Mm-hmm.
You mean like me and my kids over there?
They don't know what I did, hopefully.
Mm-hmm. Well, not to, try to push things, but I do feel, most of this is things that could be done via RP. Plus, it is 1:30 in the morning,
Right.
and I think Chess at
About
least.
12:30 for me.
Yeah, I think at least Chess would probably like to get to bed soon. So just to ensure, your plan is to head up back to Netu.
Correct.
Okay.
And we
That's what
can
I
get a
figured.
short rest in the cart. So.
Well,
Or-
it'll be a long rest because it took
Long
you
one.
a
Oh, well,
while
yeah.
to get here.
Oh, that's
And-
true. We'll have to like camp overnight because that's what
Right.
we had to do to get out here.
Yep.
So.
In fact, I was just going to actually comment on that and say, and that is also level up.
Hooray.
Oh, sweet. Feed
Um,
time.
Yeah.
Yay.
So the
Context.
that was like its own section. There definitely could have been more encounters in Kefu. I just kept not rolling good, random encounter roll. And so it kind of ended up being a bit shorter, but I also feel like you got a more like straight lined, that's not the word, but
Streamlined.
streamlined. Yeah, you got a more streamlined, like everything happened. The only difference would have been like, oh look, and now here's like 3 other, enemy encounters that you have to go through. So
I mean, from my perspective, it had the strong point of being freaking interesting,
yeah,
which is the strongest thing anything can have going for it when you're playing.
that is true, indeed. But with that said, we can now blast the title of this season, quote unquote, because I didn't want to reveal the title until Iblis was free. But the idea is that this is a long running campaign with like multiple stories and seasons in it, kind of thing. And so this is season 1. And season 1 is The Reign of Iblis. So.
Nice.
Yeah, like I said, didn't want to reveal it because, like, that would tell you immediately, like, oh, we're definitely freeing Iblis, I didn't want you to know that Iblis was being freed, so. Since your whole goal was to avoid, him getting free up till then, so. But yeah, that is it for this session. Next session we'll be back with session 9 of 8, excuse me. But yeah, the session 8, so the 8th episode of the Reign of Iblis. So next session I can actually start saying, welcome to the Reign of the Iblis, the Reign of Iblis podcast. Anyway, that said, I hope everybody enjoyed. I hope the players enjoyed. I hope the people watching enjoyed. If you're watching on YouTube, feel free to subscribe. Check the video description down below. There is a link to the playlist so that you can get caught up on any episodes of the podcast that you missed. I'll have to retroactively go in and add the title to all of the thumbnails, which will be fun, but still. But with that said, I think that's it. Anybody have something to say before I close out?
Deuces.
Deuces. All right.
Good times.
All right. With that, hopefully Sophia will be back next week. She had stuff that kept her from being here, so maybe it was fine because of how late we ended up going. But anyway. But with that, we'll see you all next time. See you later. Also, there's a link down below to Patreon. Feel free to check it out. Money goes to, us for better D&D. See you later.